Okay, good morning, everybody. Time to be quiet. What? Didn't we finish those? Huh? Okay, did we not get this one? Psalms 12:8.
We're on Great Things Center, I'm pretty sure.
We did this one, right? Shh, hey, stop talking, please.
Yeah, we did this one.
Okay, let's have a word of prayer, and we'll get started. Lord, thank you for a beautiful day. Thank you for the opportunity that we have every day to be here to hear your word, preach, whether it's in Bible class or integrated into any of the other subjects. We thank you for the opportunity that we have, and just help us today, Father, that we can think about those situations or issues and that they can guide us through this day. Just bless us in thy precious name. Amen. Good to see you, DLs. Okay, it was a little bit, started just a little late because I was chasing down a mic because my mic system bit the dust. So now I'm borrowing mics right now to get me through the next couple days. So hopefully that's working. And right now I've got Mr. Larson's mic. Yesterday I had Mr. Moyer's mic. And so anyway, we'll get through this. Okay, this is what we did yesterday, the last one we did yesterday. So here's what we're doing starting today. Proverbs 12:8, and again that's on page 138. Okay. Okay, Psalms 12:8. The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted. Okay? Just as the verse reads. There's your answer. When the wicked are exalted, and I think I said this yesterday, when the wicked are exalted, when the wicked are put up into positions, people flock to those people. Okay? Sometimes it's just to be part of the group. Sometimes it's because of similar beliefs, similar desires, similar ideals. Other times it's just because they want to be around the wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, shh, quiet please. So, watch, make your judgments accordingly, okay? So in other words, if you honor the wrong people, you increase their numbers, okay? And maybe you ought to look at it as, maybe I'm not quite as strong in God, working with God, living for God as what I should be, and that's why I am attracted to these situations. Okay? Okay, before I forget, tomorrow you have a verse quiz, Proverbs 16:7. We probably will not finish this lesson before break, so there probably will not be a lesson 16 worksheet for homework. So just Psalms 16:7 or Proverbs 16:7 tomorrow for your verse quiz, okay? And like usual, we probably will not have Bible class because of our verse quiz. Even though it's a one verse and it takes only 2 minutes, I give you a chance. Okay. Don't waver in this matter simply because they are popular. Just because they're popular doesn't mean you need to be with them. Okay? So, next category, praising the sinners. We waver in our lives because we praise them. Okay? We become a wishy-wash Christian because we want to do what's right, but yet we waver because things look good. And the people are fun to hang around with. Or whatever the case may be, we become a wishy-washy. We waver in our lives to praise them. So confusion starts abounding. Okay? We become back and forth. Okay? Confusion abounds when the teacher tells the world's crowd, okay, teacher, God, whoever is in that leadership, that they are not cool, tough, but then their Christian classmates admire and praise them. Okay? So someone in a Christian leadership, if we'll put it that way, okay, a pastor, a teacher, a deacon, whatever, because our friends like that person, we tend to go that way also. Okay? So we say, teacher, you're wrong. The students think that I'm pretty cool. Okay? That's the leader saying that. So if they think that I'm pretty cool, then things must be okay. What I'm doing must be okay. Okay? So, weigh the evidence. Look how they admire me, he says, or she says. The carnal students hear the praise of their peers and laugh secretly at the teacher or the principal who says, you're a loser if you don't live for God. Okay? Now, that's a strong word, loser, but I wouldn't lose it. But the content of that statement is there. Okay? You're not fulfilling your completeness, lack of a better term there, for God by wavering to the people that are doing wrong. So Proverbs 28:4 says, they that forsake the law praise the wicked, but such as keep the law centered with them. So what kind of person praises the wicked? Those that forsake the law. Those that don't want to obey the law. Those that don't want to adhere to what's right. Okay? So they forsake the law. Well, God is looking for godly men and women who will stand for Him and who will not be afraid to denounce sin. God's looking for that. Okay? God wants you to be a part of His army. And you know that old song, that very familiar kids song that we used to sing, and sometimes still do. I may never, okay? Okay, so see, that song right there is just so full of truth. Okay? Are you part of God's army? Are you part of his military? Are you marching for God, or are you marching for the devil? Okay? As long as we waver before the ungodly, their wickedness will only increase, and our school or class or in us as individuals will never become strong. And they're going to say, you're a Christian and you're doing what I'm doing. They know that they're doing wrong. Okay? It's amazing that the world, the wicked, the sinners know that they're doing wrong. They know it. And when someone that's supposed to do right does wrong, they're on it right away. Okay? Right away. And so they're saying, and that was personal experience. I had someone say that to me, and I think I've told you. Years ago when I don't even know what grade I was in. But someone told me that. You're a Christian and you're doing this? Changed my life at that point, or thinking. Did I still do wrong in the next 12 years, as Ricky said, my 6th grade? Probably. Yes, and actually I did. Okay? But my thinking changed. Okay? And I wanted to do right, just I got caught up in some things in those next 6 years. Okay? But they're quick to get on you because you're supposed to do right, and they know you're supposed to do right, but then you do wrong, and they get on you because you did wrong. And what kind of testimony did you give them? Not too good a one, a bad one. So what was the great sin of the people? Okay, let's look at this verse here. Let's read it. Ezekiel 22:26. It says, "Her priests have violated my law and have profaned mine holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane, neither have they showed difference between the unclean and the clean, and have hid their eyes from my Sabbath, and I am profaned among them." What was the great sin that they did? They put, and this is how you book had it, I just copied it, or my book had it. They put there should be no difference. They put no difference between the holy and the profane, or the common, the clean and the unclean. When you join them, you're telling them that there's no difference here. Okay? Because in God's eyes, we're all Christians. Okay? That's what they say. I do good, therefore I'm a Christian. Huh? And if you as a Christian join me, that means I must be doing pretty good. But the things I do, I must be pretty good. Because why would you join me if they weren't? Okay? Every day you got to make a decision. Hold on, DLs. I got to catch Mr. Larson as he's walking by. I just want to make sure I do something. Mr. Larson, right now I'm borrowing your mic because mine bit the dust. Where would you want me to? In the 6th grade? Okay. Okay, sorry about that, DLs. I don't know if you heard that conversation or not outside, but that's trouble with wearing a live mic. Okay, Ezekiel 22:30. I just had to find out where he wanted me to put his mic. "And I sought for a man among them that should make up the hedge and stand in the gap for me for the land, that I should not destroy it, but I found none. What's the hedge here? Normally, when we hear the word hedge, we're usually talking about a bush or a group of bushes. What's the hedge talking about here?
Like a separation.
Okay.
A difference.
Okay, good.
Something to, yeah.
Okay, because a hedge usually is a boundary line. It's usually on the boundary line of two properties. Okay, and so good point, Ricky. It's something that is in between two things. Then what's the gap? The gap in this case, we go back to the shepherding aspect, the fold, okay, where the shepherd would bring his sheep for the night, and the shepherd would sleep in the gate, because for the sheep, they don't generally, I mean, there could be some, so I'm putting it as a possibility. Generally, sheep don't jump a wall, okay? They don't think that way, okay? Unless they are totally frightened and scared, and then they may jump. So a shepherd sleeps in the gate of the fold and protects the sheep. Are you in the gap for the land of God? Are you protecting the land of God? The aspects of God. So what was God's cure for this sin? A man to stand in the gap. He's urging us every day to stand in the gap for him. Okay? Will you be that person? I don't have an answer for this. You do. It's a theoretical question. Hypothetical question. Will you be that person? Associating with the flatterers. Proverbs 20:19. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. So what type of person is specifically designated in this passage as unwise to be with? The slanderer or the slander, the flatterer or the gossiper. But it's fun to talk about somebody. It's fun to say something about somebody that's not true. I have to confess. I said something yesterday that was untrue. Even though I was joking about it, it was untrue. Isaac, I apologize. You were not flirting with the third graders. Okay?
Pedophile.
Okay? No. Or the junior high, I better include them too. Okay? You were not doing that, so I want to set the record straight. Okay? So, I was slandering you unintentionally, but I couldn't sleep last night. I had trouble last night. It bothered me. So, I apologize. Okay.
He's not truly sorry.
Why is it unwise to hang around with this type of person? Isaac?
Because like
Shh.
that person could be telling other people things about you, and then they'll tell things about that person.
Okay, good.
Just because if you gossip to one person, that means like, so say someone's gossiping to you, that doesn't mean they're not gossiping about you to other people.
True. True. What's going to stop them from saying that, yeah, but things about you, okay? So, they reveal secrets. Okay? Gossipers, slanderers, they have a tendency, whether intentionally, most of the time, whether intentionally, which is most of the time, or not, to reveal secrets that you don't want them to say. So basically, the best thing to do is don't tell anybody your secrets, because you never know when that's going to come back to haunt you. But at the same time, you need somebody to vent with. Make sure that person, Ricky put it where it's mine. Make sure that that person that you are venting with or sharing with is a completely reliable person. Okay? Okay. We'll pick this one up on the Monday we come back from break. DLs, don't forget, there is no school next week. Okay?
Let's go.
Okay? So, DLs, until I see you again, adios, sayonara, goodbye, until we meet again. We'll see you. Bye.
ahead and start taking your quiz. Those of you on distant learning, we do have a quiz today. Over page 197 to 187 to 193, but 188 to 193. Okay, 197 is actually a picture that, whatever. But oh. Austin, close your book. Close your book. Right away, Austin. No arguing. Just close your book. Shh. Avery, if you need to, come up here. How do you forget your contacts and glasses? Wouldn't that be a first thing you wake up in the morning and have blurry? Oh. I mean, trust me, I woke up late this morning too. Sorry. It's kind of cold in here, yeah. Yes, Austin. Yes. Five what? Once you are done with this quiz, go ahead and put it in the tray. Yes. That's fine. Thank you. Guys, I need signatures on both of these. Bring it tomorrow. Shh, no one should be talking. Everyone should be taking their quiz. Ricky, put the food away. Why did the tailor ask for a cash advance? Thank you. Mhm.
What was this quiz? I'm looking at my answers because he was a snitch and so he talked to his master. Hashtag no regret. What? Is it number 9 right now? I remember reading the story and I think that's what gathered from it.
Men live by love. I'll show you. That's on page number, let me see. on page number 178. In truth, it is love alone by which they live. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's fine. Mm-hmm. I do like the beach. I like the beach, yes, I do. I also don't like the beach because of sand gets everywhere. All right, guys, go ahead and finish up with that. Those of you just in learning, go ahead and turn that in by the end of today. Just send in a picture. Jaden, you can just text me a picture of it today because you said you might be in here tomorrow. So just to be sure, send it in. Just text me a picture today. Okay? All right. Go ahead and turn in your literature books to page number... Yes, page 194. Page 194. Okay, final answers. Please turn it in. Shh. Adrian, look to page 194. All right, page 194, finish up. Austin, anybody else have the quiz? Gabby, Lena, you already turned it in? Okay. Okay. Final answers, Austin, turn it in. All right, page 194, page 194, just the last two poems of this unit. Let's talk about the greatest thing in the world. Okay, the greatest thing in the world was written by Henry Drummond. And according to Henry Drummond, this is the theme of this work. Love is the greatest thing in the world. And you want to know the theme for this one? Love is the greatest thing in the world. Okay, so let's see in this work how he says that, all right? So let's look at the first paragraph. Everyone has asked himself the great question of antiquity as of the modern world. What is the summum bonum, or the supreme good? You have life before you, once only you can live it. What is the noblest object of the desire, the supreme gift to covet? We have been accustomed to be told that the greatest thing in the religious world is faith. But this man, he actually begins to believe that love is actually greater, or one of the greatest things in the world, even greater than faith itself. Okay, the great word has been the keynote for centuries of the popular religion, and we have easily learned to look upon it as the greatest thing in the world. Well, we are wrong. If we have been told that, we may miss the mark. I have taken you in the chapter you have just read. Well, he was basing his beliefs on, please sit down, Austin, Adrian. He's basing his beliefs on 1 Corinthians chapter 13. If you don't know what that verse is, or that chapter is, it's basically called the love chapter of the Bible. And it's saying that out of all the things in the world that we can have, the greatest of these things is charity, or love. Okay? It says the greatest of these is love. In Christianity as its source, and there we have seen the greatest of these is love. And then he's basically saying it's not an oversight. Paul was speaking of faith. But then, look at this. Paul's reasoning says, if I have all faith so that I can remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. So basically, we know Christians, our basis for our Christianity is God's love and how he manifested that on the cross and died for our sins. But if all we have is faith and we don't have love, according to Paul, we have nothing. So he's just giving his own reasonings for the reason why love would probably be a lot important than faith. And love, in his reasoning, is what caused God to give his son on the cross, to die for our sins. And love is also the key to living a successful Christian life. Basically, he's saying, because if we love God, then that'll be the basis for our faith. That'll be the basis for how we treat others. That'll be the basis for how we live our lives as Christians. So that's just his reasoning for the greatest thing in the world is love. You want to know what the greatest thing in the world is, class? And what is it? Love. Okay? Make sure you mark that in your notes. Okay? Turn the page to page 196. Okay? Page 196. After the battle, this was written by Victor Hugo. Give me 1 second, Isaac. This was written by Victor Hugo, and if you don't know who he is, he also wrote a lot of popular plays. A lot of us know The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and then also Les Miserables. So those two plays were written by this man, same man, Victor Hugo. Just some background about him. He was a French poet, novelist, playwright who led the Romantic movement in French literature. His themes dealt with liberty, justice, and democracy. He held various political positions, but went into a 19-year exile when Napoleon III overthrew the French Republic. So he was also a patriot of his country, wrote a lot about those things, hence the play Les Miserables, if you've ever seen it. It's a lot of nationality and love for the country in that play. So let's read about after the battle. The theme of this work is compassion shown regardless of circumstances. Okay, so let's read what happens in this poem. My father, of all heroes, kindliest, attended by the soldier he loved best, both for his mighty courage and his height, rode where the battle had been fought. As night fell on the slain that cumbered all the ground, out of the shadows came a feeble sound. A Spaniard of the army put to rout, which means forced out or defeated. So they obviously fought the Spaniards. These are the Frenchmen. They're fighting the Spaniards. He lay by the road, his life blood ebbing out, broken and groaning on death's very brink. He whimpered, "Pity me, a drink, a drink." And the crazy thing about this, you just got done fighting a battle. He's your enemy, but then this is what the father does. My father offered then to his hussar, which is a member of the European regiment of a light armored cavalry. He's basically telling this man to give him a drink. So he says, a gourd that hung beside his saddlebar. Poor wounded man, give this to him, he said. The soldier bent above the livid head of one whose mongrel blood had not yet tired of hate, who clasped a pistol still and fired with aim directed at my father's brow, and cried, "Die, enemy, I curse you now." The ball skimmed close, so close his horse reared. Then, "Give him the drink," my father said again. So, compassion is shown regardless of circumstances. Here is this man, he has the most compassion in the world, but then he's the leader of his army, and the leader of the army, so great and so mighty, everyone's looking up to him, kind of takes time to show compassion to his enemy. Obviously, his enemy, you want all the enemies to die, apparently in battle, or obviously in battle. But he still, after the battle was done, still shows him compassion. And even in the midst of showing him compassion, the poem says that the enemy still tries to shoot him. It says, "Die, enemy, I curse you now." And even so to the fact that the bullet almost skimmed so close to his head. But even then, he says, "Give him drink." And that's where we see compassion shown regardless of circumstances, okay? So we can apply this to our lives in the fact that we know that we were very unworthy of love and we're unworthy of salvation, yet God showed compassion to us anyway, okay? So that comes to the conclusion of Unit 7. We will have a test next week, not next week, the week following after our break, but we'll have time to review that on Monday when we get back, okay? So our test will be on Wednesday. We'll review that on Monday and Tuesday, reviewing class. so that we'll be ready to take that on Wednesday. All right, are there any questions about that? Okay, tomorrow, I think they'll tell us what's going to happen tomorrow, but no homework tonight for literature. Obviously, we just finished out a unit, so go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar. Yes, Isaac, sorry.
So on page 195, St. George, what does that talk about?
You really waited till the end of my lesson and remembered to tell me that. Page 195, you said? Oh, man. All right, go ahead and take out your grammar books. Adrian, just bring your lunch pail to your seat. Bring your water to your seat, okay? Stay in your seat. You don't need to be going all the way over there. All right, so yesterday we learned about noun clauses. What do clauses have that phrases don't, class? A subject and a verb. Clauses have a subject and a verb. So within that particular clause, you're going to find its own specific subject and verb, page 140. Okay, page 140 in our book. In our grammar books, yes. So we have two different kinds of clauses. There is a dependent clause and an independent clause. An independent clause expresses a complete thought and can stand alone in or by itself. Okay, it'll make sense when you say the sentence. A dependent clause is the part of the sentence where it cannot stand on its own and it is dependent or it needs an independent clause to rely on. Okay, so that's why it's called a dependent clause. Or another name for a dependent clause is subordinate. And if you know subordinate to be a dependent clause, that'll help you know that we need subordinating conjunctions to begin dependent clauses. And those words would be that, whether, if, who, whom, whose, which, what, when. All of those clue words that'll tell us that there is a dependent clause within the sentence. Put the ball down, please. Okay, so there was no homework last night in exercise A, but did we get through the entire exercise? Okay, so let's look at exercise B. Okay, let's exercise B. You want to put parentheses around each noun clause. Then you want to write the use of the clause. So just kind of like what we did with infinitive phrases and gerund phrases, now we're just going to look at the clause. Since it is a noun clause, we know that it's going to be used as something. Sophia, is your book open? Put that away, okay? Whatever is on your notebook and ruler, okay? So you put parentheses around your noun clause, and you're going to tell me what it's used as. Is it used as the subject? Is it used as the DO? Same thing that we did with our phrases. Go ahead and work on exercise B. We'll go over it in a second. But page 141, exercise B, okay? So within these sentences, you're looking for clue words. Clue words would be the word that, the word whether, the word if, the word who, whom, whose. All of those clue words, what was it? Whenever would be a clue word. Okay. Shh, Austin. Are you on page 141? On what? Parentheses are the C's around Austin. Shh, guys, just mind your business. Like I said, Austin, if you don't want people to treat you that way, you shouldn't be treating other people that way. I didn't hear him treat you that way first. Oh, I hear it, but it's not like it's just them. I don't have to be here. I know that it happens, but you can't fight fire with fire. Nice. What happened to the little ship with, oh, there it is. Oh, no, the one with the little, I didn't see the, characters that you had. They were like in a little cruiser kind of thing with lightsabers, you know what I'm talking about? I saw that yesterday on someone's desk. That one. That's what it was. That's what I was looking at. Alright guys, work on your stuff. Work on your stuff.
Wait. Oh, we just put it in the blank.
Oh.
So you're supposed to label what it's used as. So what is this entire noun clause used as? That's fine too. The directions were to put in the blank, but just as long as you know what it's used as. Shh. Okay, Ricky, tell me number 1. What did you put in parentheses and what did you put in the blank? What was in the parentheses? Good. Whatever was the will of his father. What would you put in the blank? Not a PN. Look at my verb within the sentence or within the whole sentence, okay? Jesus always did whatever was the will of the Father. What's my verb? Did. Is that action or linking? Is action. So with action verbs, we don't have PNs. We have, not AP, DO, okay? Number 1 is DO. Good. Number 2, we learned in class today about how people in Finland live. Andrew, what did you put in parentheses? How people in Finland live. Good. Okay, what would it be used as? Yes. An OP, an object of the preposition. Notice how there's a preposition right before my clause, about. So we know prepositions need objects. So how people live in Finland is my object. Noun clause used as the object. Okay? Number 3, the teacher said that Finnish winter nights can be 18 hours long. Okay? What do I put in parentheses, Maya? Number 3. What's my key word here? What's an indicator that I would put around? Jesse? Number 3, yes. Not quite. There is a key word, like a clue word that tells me, okay, that's the start of my clause. Adrian? Good, yes. Sorry about that, Maya. Yes, that Finnish winter nights can be 18 hours long. All of that is within my parentheses. What is this used as? Let's go with Derek. What are you guys talking about? All right, so tell me how number 3 is used. My clause is that Finnish winter nights can be 18 hours long. It is a DO. Good. The teacher is my subject. The teacher said is my verb. Said is my verb. The teacher said who or what. That Finnish winter nights can be 18 hours long. That is used as my direct object. Good job, Derek. Number 4. What interested Rita most was the Finnish form of baseball called pesapallo? Pesapayo? I have no idea. But number 4. Okay, what do I put in parentheses, Avery? What interested Rita most? Good. What is that used as? The subject. Good. Okay. What interested Rita most is my subject, would be my verb, then form would be my DO. But what interested Rita most is my subject. Number 5, that Finland is a democratic republic with a president, especially interested Alex. Austin, what would I put in parentheses here? With the president, okay? All of that goes in the parentheses. Good. What is that used as? Not a PN comes at the beginning of a sentence, and it's what it's talking, or what the sentence is talking about. So if it's what the sentence is all about, what would that be? The topic of the sentence. I don't know, P. Who can help him out? Class? It is the subject. Okay? Let's look at this. Okay, number 5. My verb. What's my verb? Derek, what's my verb? Number 5. Not with. I can't with. Interested. Okay, so interested is my verb. Who or what interested? What's the subject? That Finland is a democratic republic with a president. That entire clause is what interested Alex. Therefore, it's used as the subject. Okay, we already went over it, just explaining it, Adrian. Number 6, be still and know that I am God. What would I put in parentheses here, Jesse? Good, that I am God. Elijah, what would that be used as? Good, it is a direct object. Know who or what, that I am God. Number 7, Ricky, turn around. Don't turn around again. Number 7, Father's advice was what I needed to help me through a difficult time. Gabby, what do I put in parentheses here? Good. What I needed to help me through a difficult time. All of that's in parentheses. What is that used as, Sophia? Father's advice was what I needed to help me through a difficult time. Not quite, but look at my verb, okay? My verb is was. What kind of verb is that? Action or linking? Linking. So with linking verbs, what do I have? Not a DO, but it goes back to the subject. What renames or explains the subject or goes back to the subject equals the subject? Class? A PN, a predicate nominative, okay? With linking verbs, we have predicate nominatives equaling the subject. With action verbs, we have direct objects that are the receivers of the action, okay? Number 8, the knowledge that he just passed the leader spurred on Tim. Amethyst, what I put in parentheses? Good, it is used as in a positive. Whatever you're working on, please pay attention. Put that away. So that he just passed the leaders, explaining the knowledge. So therefore it is an AP. Okay? Shh. Number 9, we will be thankful for whatever help you can give. Doug, what do I put in parentheses? Derek, put your chair down. Whatever help you can give. Good. What is that used as, Lena? Not a PN. Look at the word right before it. What's the word right before that clause? It is not an AP. OP. Good. Okay. For is a preposition. So whatever help you can give is a object. Okay, guys, if I have to say stop talking one more time, okay? Stop talking. That's the last time I'm going to say it. Number 10, another point to consider is whether you have sufficient funds to complete the project. What do I put in parentheses here? Let's go with Isaac. Whether you have sufficient funds to complete the project. What is that used as, Ricky? Or no P. Okay, you can't just choose one and blurt it out. You have to think about how it can be, okay, or what it can be functioning as, okay? Is there a preposition right before that clause in order to signify that is an OP? No, okay? So we know that it's not an OP. What would be my subject of the entire sentence? Point, okay? What's my verb? Not to consider. The point, there's a linking verb there. Is, okay? Point is who or what? What answers that question? What is the point? Okay, the answer to that is whether you have sufficient funds to complete the project. Okay, so that entire noun clause equals my subject. So what equals a subject? We just went over this. Okay, who can help him out? What equals a subject? Class? A PN, a predicate nominative. Ricky, I'm going to have to move you up here because you're not paying attention back there. Okay, so move. Okay, so number 10 is a PN. Point is my subject. Point is my linking verb. Point is who or what. The point is whether you have sufficient funds to complete the project. That is going back to the subject. Okay? And then page 142, actually, we're just about out of time, so we'll go get back with that after the break. No, we won't. So no homework for tonight. No spelling. We haven't had spelling for the last few weeks. Okay? So no homework for tonight. I don't know. Never mind. I won't say anything. But, all right, you guys are dismissed. Ricky, can I talk to you, please? Outside.
All right, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, sorry I'm a few minutes late. I was running an errand, but I am back now. Okay, we do have some notes today. Lacey, I'll get that quiz you sent me graded today as well. Okay, so check my schoolwork later on today, not yet. Okay, make sure your notes are out. Again, if you'd like them distant learners, I'm pretty sure I sent it to some of you, but if you like notes or you lost them or never got them and you wanted them, just let me know. I can still send those to you. But we keep on moving. Before we do, we are going to pray. Are there any prayer requests today? Yes, ma'am.
For my drive when I go to Nevada on Monday, and then for my dance coach because he did break something, and then for my dad because since call this morning,
So your dad, hopefully he's safe. Your coach, and then safety of travels. Any other prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken? Yes, sir. I could have guessed.
You guys have a game today?
Game tomorrow is our last season game. It'll probably be the first team we play that Friday. The next Friday when we Montecito for varsity. Shh. That hurts you, not me. Probably just means you won't come to the next game either. All right, everyone, quiet. Okay, if you have prayer requests, raise your hand. Yes, sir.
Help me study for the written portion of the driver's test.
Okay. Help Elijah with the written part of the test for the driver's test. Yes, ma'am. Driver's test. What? Yeah, she's not super sick, but she has some congestion. She wants to stay home for safety. Hey, Adrian, Derek, Doug, we're not talking right now. Prayer requests only. Yes, sir. Your driver's test as well. Okay, we'll pray for that. Any other prayer requests? All right, we're going to pray, and then we'll get started. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the beautiful sunshine you've given us. Thank you for everyone that's here, Lord, the health you've given us, Lord, the ability that for our school to be open. Continue to bless that and allow us to stay open, Lord, and allow the students to stay healthy. Thank you for allowing us to have sports this year, Lord, as I know a lot of people don't. It's a blessing to have, not exactly what we want, and not exactly what I want and everything, Lord, but we're able to have it and be able to start and grow from this year for the future. Please allow all the students to be able to just work hard for the rest of the basketball season, and I know girls have volleyball after, for them to just jump right in. And I know it's not going to be the most convenient stuff, but for them to just jump right in and be a part of it with a good attitude. Please help all the prayer requests we had today, Lord, if there's any unspokens. Specifically, please help Maya's unspoken, Lord. Be there for her. Give her the wisdom, the strength, or the patience she may need in that situation. Just show yourself to her with whatever it may be. Also, please help Sophia, Lord, and her dad. Please help him to still be safe, Lord. Protect him during this time. Also, please help her coach during that process. Please help that situation. And also give her safety of travels as she's leaving Monday for Nevada. Please help Elijah, Lord, as he has his written driver's test here coming up. Just give him the wisdom. Make sure he studies diligently and just remember the things he studies. Also, please help Isaac as he has that coming up as well, that driver's training and driver's test. Please just help him, Lord, to be safe and to just be safe on the roads, to take care of himself and others, to be aware and focused. Please help the last basketball game of the season tomorrow, Lord. Give us safety of travels as you have this whole year, Lord. Also, please bless the game for the guys who just work hard, for everyone to be there, to be focused, to be determined, to be ready for the tournament coming up. Please help all the ladies and guys, the athletes that are part of basketball this year for the tournaments coming up. Give us safety as there are going to be long days. Please allow us to be able to be safe that first Friday. For all of us to be able to have fun too, be able to find something that we can do. I know it's a break day. I'm taking away a little of their free time, Lord, but please let us just have a good time with each other. I'm trying to plan something. Give us a good class period this hour. Please help all the distant learners for them to remain diligent, to keep on working hard at home, as I know it's easy to get lazy and not want to do school, whether you're in school or at home. So please help all students in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, we have a lot of names to go through today. Okay, you should have heard some in the reading and homework, so some might be familiar. Some might have been on a quiz, so just bear with me, but there's a lot of names. We got to know them. Okay, that means our next test that we're going to have, there's going to be a lot of names on there. Okay, we got to know them, what goes with what did they do to the age of industry, what did they partake in. So we're going to be going through that. Okay, we should be on note 17. So again, I don't want talking or distractions. I don't want to have to say it 100 times. All right, you guys are 9th and 10th grade, maybe 7th and 8th grade a couple times. Let's just be quiet, focus, do the notes, be done with it, have maybe a little bit of homework, and then be done. All right, moving on. In 1779, okay, Samuel Crompton is the first guy we're talking about. Samuel Crompton made a major advancement by combining the spinning jenny and the spinning frame into a spinning mule. That's a replica of the original spinning mule right there. Also, distant learners, thank you for throwing your name in there. It's good to see you. Let's see, we got Giselle, Jaden, Lacey, Jeremiah, Yuvia, and Adam. Looks like we have everyone. Give me 1 second. Send these to Lacey again. Sending the notes to Lacey again. All right, there we go. Okay, we have Samuel Crompton again. So no, the spinning mule goes with... Sorry, Isaac. Okay, I said hello for you. I'm just kidding. We have Samuel Crompton made the what's? Spinning mule. We need to know that. Match it up. Austin, put your chair down, certainly because you need to focus. Okay, in 1785, Edmund Cartwright patented a power loom to replace hand weaving. Okay, again, this is not the original power loom. Okay, this is a little bit more modern one, but it's going to be similar to that. Okay, modern by saying they enhanced it a little bit. Okay, but it would have looked something like that. Okay, so again, with all these things that we're going through, know the person, know what they did. That's all you really need to know. Okay, the other terms with it, you don't need to know that he patented it. Just know Edmund Cartwright went with the power loom. Easy as that. Okay, with all these things going on under this movement, okay, it's called the enclosure movement. These things happen. Okay, the positive effects of the enclosure movement. Okay, first we see enabled landowners, I was going to say lawnmowers for some reason, landowners to control breeding of livestock and thereby to increase the size and quality of livestock, as well as milk production. Okay, allow people the freedom of that to be able to grow and produce. Okay, by 1800, the average sheep doubled in weight to 80 pounds. Okay, everything's not quite as natural as it used to be. Okay, we've enhanced things. Now, some of that is good, and some of that is bad. Okay, but we do see, okay, the growth of our productivity of the things we have. Okay, in the Netherlands and Germany, annual milk production increased from around 150 gallons per cow in 1750 to 220 to 400 gallons per cow in the 1800s, just 50 years later. Okay, the process of productivity, okay, the process of all these different things, we're not going to go over all of them, okay, were increased by the tools we had, by the knowledge we had of maybe the animal, maybe the things we fed them. Yes, sir?
Why does the sheep double in weight?
Like I just said, the things you fed them, how you took care of them, okay, they were bulkier.
Yeah, since we actually had enough food to feed ourselves, we could
Actually feed them more. Yep. Because remember, this age of industry, we're growing. Now we have more goods, like I'm talking economics.
So it is natural, it's just like, we're just how we're better.
Yes, we're giving them more food and we're giving them the food they're supposed to eat, rather than just like, rather than just saying, hey, so when we first came to America, we didn't have everything we needed, okay, or enough of what we needed. So we would kind of just, we just give them what they had, or hey, they can have this. But now, as we're growing and as our productivity is growing, what we have and resources are growing, we're allowed to put where things are supposed to be. So we see, obviously, the animals reacting and agriculture and other things. Okay, again, now this is a start of a long line of lots of people we need to know. Okay, the first one we already talked about. He invented the cotton gin. Everyone know? Eli Whitney. Okay, invented the cotton gin and enabled the South to provide inexpensive cotton to the English textiles mills. What is man, I cannot speak today. What is textile? Yes, clothing, cloth, cotton.
I still feel like textile would be like cotton.
What happened to like
What?
They became slaves.
what happened to the slaves? We don't need as many now.
They would still have them.
They became as
Okay, Rick, slaves were not just for cotton there, buddy.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying like what happened to like the cotton
only
picking
black
slaves?
slaves were.
So then you wouldn't have as many.
picking cotton to going to working in
Yes,
factories and
you wouldn't need as many people. Shh. You wouldn't need as many people because you have machines, just like with the reaper. One person could do the job of 50, so you only need one person doing that job rather than 50 during that time.
And that means that you can have more grain.
Shh, Adrian.
Get more grain, more clothing.
Yes. Okay, we're just seeing productivity growing because of the development of something else. Okay, next person we need to know, James Watt. He was a Scotsman who developed a practical coal-burning steam engine in 1776. Okay, before long, steam engines were powering not only these trains, okay, not only other things, but they were the ones or objects that were powering the large factories during this age of industry. Okay, all throughout England. Okay, and now even something similar in America. Obviously, we've increased from just this coal-burning steam engines to way better things today. Okay, with this, coal was needed to power these steam engines. Steam engines were used to pump water out of the mine shafts. Coal became more available to other factories. Okay, so they used coal, again, in productivity to get more coal, to use it in more places. It was something that was used during this time of the...
Isn't it funny when people talk about the good old days, like they were actually good?
I mean, they were good compared to the past.
Like, oh, I wish we could go back to before there was indoor plumbing, before there was electricity. Oh.
Well, that's what I say. I'm always like, man, medieval times would be so cool, but then you're like, no, it'd be awful because there's no medicine, so much disease.
You'd be so dirty, everyone would smell like crap.
So like, I always say this. I was like, it'd be cool to live in medieval times with our modern day medicine and science. That could be cool.
Wait, and the thing about it is like, yeah, it would be good for you if you were a rich, young noble. We wouldn't be nobles, we would be common people struggling to make money to live. Living with the rats.
I'd become a knight. I'd be a squire.
A squire? Well,
For sure.
I couldn't be a squire because I'm a girl, and I'm mixed, so I would be looked down upon for my cultural mix.
All right, moving on. Shh, Rick, Isaac, Adrian. Your trio needs to be quiet.
It wasn't even.
I just always say them all together. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's two, sometimes it's three. So I always say, all right, with this, during this time, improvements in technology usually improve upon or add to our natural resources. Shh. Okay, that's still what happens today, right? When we improve our technology, we improve our tools, like we're going to see through all these different men. Okay, we improve our productivity, what we have, how we can do it. Okay, and it adds to our natural resources to make life better for all. Okay, next person we need to know is an English chemist, Sir Humphrey Davy.
Invented the minor safety lamp.
He is an English chemist who invented two miner's safety lamp. Yes, sir.
He is by far the best looking person that
It might have been
Yeah,
mentioned.
science.
Shh, keep your comments to yourself. Okay, yes, this was a safety lamp in the mines. Obviously, they're dark. In 1815, it was the most important invention for the safety of coal miners. Okay, at this time, again, coal engines, steam engines, main thing. Okay, what do you need to supply the energy? Coal. Okay, so this guy was very important because he allowed people to coal or mine better and longer during this time. Sir Humphrey Davy
What does safety lamp do?
is a lamp.
You guys
Allows them to see and work longer, like I just said. Come on, Rick, listen. Listen.
What was that one line?
Shh. We're not talking about it right now. We're not talking about it right now. Okay, but during this time, we're also going to see a transition of the use of a metal. Okay, there was a metal that was used a lot for a lot of things, but we're going to see a transition. Okay, which one's stronger? It used to be iron. Okay, yes, iron to steel. Okay, during this time, iron, or before this time, iron was used for a lot of things. Okay, but as we grow in our mind and in technology, okay, they found out, wow, we found a metal during this time that's way more durable, that lasts longer, that's stronger. Okay, so this transition from iron to steel. Men began to experiment with ways to smelt. What is smelting? Okay, not smelling, smelting. Okay, yeah, smelting, delta. Shh. This is to heat, to remove impurities. Okay, iron ore using coal rather than charcoal. Okay, it was discovered that raw coal can be heated to a high temperature in a vacuum, which is an empty space. Okay, to produce
Coke?
not coke, I don't think. I think it's supposed to be coal.
That white.
I don't know. Which can be used to smelt high quality iron. I think that's a typo. Just go over it. Maybe I was thirsty. Okay, carbon was also added to iron in the smelting process to finally produce steel. Okay, so under all these processes, we finally have steel. Okay, the main man that did this, yes sir,
What do we put instead of Coke?
coal. Okay, the main man during this time in the 1850s, Adrian, stop playing with the toy before I take it away and destroy it.
No.
So don't touch it. Leave it there. Okay, Henry Bessemer. Henry Bessemer. Shh. The four square over here. Hood off, hat off, sunglasses off.
Am I being good today?
You're being okay.
How dare you?
You're still talking though. Okay, Henry Bessemer is an Englishman who discovered an inexpensive process. They called it, okay, his last name, he found the process. It's called Bessemer process for converting iron into steel by using currents of air. Okay, rather than that whole process we just talked about with coal and power and the vacuum and all that stuff, he found a quicker, easier, inexpensive way to make steel. Okay, so we need to know that. Okay, the next man who worked with him, or worked with his idea, is William Kelly. Again, I told you, there's lots of people. William Kelly, in this time, he's an American who working independently of Bessemer, discovered essentially the same process to create steel in the same decade. So during that same time, Bessemer made this Bessemer process. Okay, William Kelly, Rick, just leave it. Okay, stop messing with stuff. Okay, he found this other way that's very similar, basically the same way, okay, to produce steel. Okay, during this time, with all this production, okay, we just saw in the last maybe 8 notes, production of everything is like, okay, if production's higher, okay, a lot of times we have to do importing and exporting of goods, yes? If you make something, you usually trade like we talked about. So during this time, what do you think was the main way of transportation? Ships. Okay, so you need water. Ships are on water, okay, not in the ground. Okay, so you need water. The main thing that was used on the inland, okay, so maybe like state to state, if you're in a different country, maybe country to country, shh, quiet. No more, guys. I'm sick of talking over you. Quiet. Doug, just because you're whispering, you're still talking. Quiet. Okay, we have canals. Yes, that's a canal in, I believe actually that one's Venice, California. Okay, canals.
Wait, Venice is here?
They're not the actual Venice there, buddy. Yes.
That's like Mojave, right?
Somewhere around there, yes. I've never been there, but I looked up the picture.
It doesn't look as good as that.
It's obviously a good picture. Okay, canals. These are one solution to the transportation problems in this 18th century. Okay, they didn't have planes. They didn't have the cars like we have today. They didn't even have the boats like we have today. Okay, but the easiest thing for them was transportation by these canals. Okay, they were, Adrian, cheer down. I don't want to hear you again. Okay, again, as I'm doing with my 7th and 8th graders, I'm not doing demerits anymore. I'm just giving you a punishment right away. So you might want to rethink talking, all of you. Okay, they were especially popular in America, these canals. Again, that one's in California. Okay, our next one's also in America. Okay, we have, the next one is the Erie Canal. Okay, this canal was the most famous at this time. It was completed in 1825 and connected Lake Erie to the Hudson River. Obviously, I know a little bit about this canal. It's kind of close to where I live. Not really close to where I live, but by my state. Okay, 5 Great Lakes. This was a very used canal. Okay, it's in like the northeast part of Michigan, so towards New York. Okay, that east coast part to the Midwest. Okay, it was used a lot. Okay, our next canal, we also need to know the Suez Canal. or the Suez Canal. Suez, whatever. Okay, it was opened in 1869. An open caused international trade to flourish by joining the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean by the way of the Red Sea. Okay, a lot of times these canals are what? Are they natural or man-made?
Man-made.
There we go. Man-made. Had to test your knowledge.
Oh my gosh, I can't spell for my life.
It's okay. I can't speak for my life sometimes. Okay, the main boats that were used during this time were known as none other than your Los Angeles, not Lakers, but
Dodgers.
Clippers.
Clippers. Okay, the Clipper ships. The Clipper ships. Okay, they were long, lean sailing vessels known for their tremendous speed on the high seas. Okay, going from seas, okay, these boats could go on the seas. Okay, but also they made them narrow so they could go down these canals. Okay, they could travel, they could import and export. Okay, they could go down these man-made canals. Okay, but also sail in the long seas. Okay, sometimes you would take smaller boats and canals, but you couldn't go all the way to your final destination because of the sea. Okay, because of the oceans. Okay, so these clipper ships were the most used things during this time. Okay, but they were like, man, these clipper ships aren't the fastest way. There has to be a better way. Okay, we have to be able to get things from point A to point B quicker. Okay, so Robert Fulton, he built the first practical steamship known as Clermont. Okay, in 1807, it traveled 150 miles up the Hudson River in about 30 hours. Okay, so is it super fast? No. But it's faster than these clipper ships. Okay, clipper ships did better in the open waters because there's more currents to carry them. But in a man-made canal, not as much current, it go very slow. Okay, so he's trying to power them and move them along. Okay, only 5 miles per hour. They were large, heavy ships. They could carry a lot of cargo. Okay, now that we built a ship that could move during this time, what do you think in the early 1800s? Okay, what was this next thing that would be made under this time that would be powered during this?
Airplane.
There it is. Okay, so no Robert Fulton, what did he make or create? Okay, the Clermont, okay, the practical steamship during this time. Okay, but George Stephenson, okay, he's an English inventor who built the first practical steam-powered locomotive.
Like a car.
Doesn't mean it worked 100%, but he did build the first practical steam-powered locomotive.
That'd be so weird if you all do
Raise your hand if you have comments. You guys really need to learn that. Yes, sir.
Do you like trains?
They're okay.
Do you like cars?
Yes. All right, moving on. By 1870, there were major rail systems in Europe and the U.S. Okay, as we've already seen, these trains were made. Okay, they're expanding where they could go all the way out to the west, now present-day California. Okay, you guys should probably already know a little bit about that. Okay, railroads were also being built to provide easier access to the underdeveloped parts of the world, such as Asia, Africa, and South America. All these people are hearing, hey, we can transport things quicker. Okay, how can we do this? Buy these steam-powered trains, okay, and different coal power, okay, with these things. Okay, but again, as our minds grow and as people become dissatisfied with these ways of life, okay, they're like, hey, man, things can be done better. Even like today, we have something, and people are always trying to make it better. Something just like a phone. Okay, every year they come out and they try to make something just a little bit better, whether it's the camera, the processor of the phone. Okay, game systems, they're always trying to increase it. TVs, they're like, man, the graphics are just that much better. All right, they're always just a little bit by little bit. Okay, so after these steam-powered thing, okay, they are going to have an end. And this man, if I say it wrong, I'm sorry. It's like Gottlieb Daimler. Gottlieb Daimler. Okay, he was a German who invented the gasoline-fueled internal combustion engine in 1886. It does not mean he made the first car with this, but he made the first engine to power it. Raise your hand, man. Yes, sir.
But like, we didn't have a lot of gasoline back then. We didn't use it, right?
That's correct. I mean, they had some, but not a lot, no.
So like, where the frick did they get gasoline from?
They had some. So then once these people are making it, they're like, oh, we have to harvest this. We have to find it and make it. So that's why it's become more popular. Just like coal isn't as popular today as it was 200 years ago.
It's just weird. People way hotter nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are old. You're not seeing these people in their prime. Seeing them when they're like 50, 60 years old.
But I mean, they weren't wearing the makeup.
I like how you didn't do
couldn't
anything
get
like
their
they
hair
used, they only did it,
gel,
like, when they're
the
old.
cut, they didn't have the right fit. I mean,
They were about the natural stuff, man.
natural. You like smelling natural?
Oh, that doesn't
Because
smell.
I sure don't.
No. Okay, but this next person, he's going to work just a little bit more. Okay, Rudolf Diesel. Okay, he's a German who in 1892 unveiled his diesel engine. Okay, the last guy made the combustion gasoline engine. Okay, Diesel, that's why his name, Diesel. Okay, unveiled his diesel engine, which was powerful enough for larger vehicles such as locomotives and even ships. Okay, it could power ships, again, to make them faster, carry more power. Okay, Germany is really working hard in this area. Okay, but other people's going to catch on and they're going to build their own. Make sure we're not on our phones. Or whatever you're doing down there. I don't know. Your eyes keep on going down. I don't know what you're doing down there. I don't know. Just making sure. Okay, Karl Benz from Germany. Okay, Germany, we're the first people to start a lot of these things. Okay, Karl Benz from Germany. Okay, and Louis Renault in France and Henry Ford from the U.S. developed the first modern automobiles.
Where is Louis Renault in our book? Because he's not there.
It's just an additive note.
Why?
Huh? Because I felt like it. Because I felt like it.
Unnecessary.
I mean, it's just more knowledge. Shh. Okay, all three men used internal combustion engines to power their horseless carriages. That's what they were called in the beginning, horseless carriages. And later founded companies to build automobiles. Obviously, Henry Ford. Okay, Henry Ford was great. Oh, man.
They making the whips.
You guys ever heard that song?
What?
You guys never heard that song?
What's the song?
Henry Ford is a grand old man. Some in a tin can. He put it all together and he some. I don't remember how it all goes. You never heard that song before?
You know it too.
It's been a while. And then you're like honk beep beep. You know what I'm talking about?
Honk,
Man,
baby.
it's like a long part. It's like one of those songs when you like keep on repeating it. What's up?
You know the transmission code, right?
No, I don't know that.
It's a motor car.
I don't know, man. All right, but our next person. Okay, now it's gasoline is prevalent. Okay, but the next thing is going to be created. I told you, there's a lot of people, a lot of things happen during this time. Age of industry. Minds are just popping. It's a little while, man. It's a little while. Okay, but our next person we need to know is Samuel Morse. Okay, why do you think his last name's Morse? What do we know that's called Morse? Samuel Morse. Okay, this is probably going to be our last note for today. He perfected the electric telegraph, an instrument capable of transmitting a code of dots and dashes over electrical wires. Okay, also known as Morse code.
Samuel Morse, more like Isaac DeFalco. It's an inside joke.
This is our last note. So how about that? No, I'll say this might be our last note. This time I said this is our last note, so eat it. I say my words very particular, Amethyst. I heard you judging me too.
I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
I'm always judging.
Yes, you were. Don't lie. Own up to your judging. I can hear you. You guys think you're slick, but man, I can hear more than you think.
It's so true though. You're like, last note, guys.
I said this could be the last note.
Whole page. And I'm like, okay, last
All right, here we go for homework. For homework. You guys should have done 1 through 6 on page 280, correct? You guys have not done 7 through 11 yet, right? Correct? You already did 6 through 11? Perfect. Perfect. No, it's Wednesday. All right, here we go. Listen up. Before you leave, Austin, write it down. Guys, write it down. I don't want to say it 1,000 times. Everyone listening. Okay, homework is page 282. 282.
Yep.
Section 3 review.
Numbers 1 to 4.
1 through 4 all. 1 through 4 all. Okay, this is the end of the chapter. There could be a quiz tomorrow. There could be a quiz tomorrow. Okay, we have gone. It's already time to leave, but I can review for the quiz real quick. I would have had time, but I had to run that errand quickly. I'm sorry. Well, I guess you'd have to make it up after break. All right, for the quiz, I'm going to quickly review to help you guys out. For the quiz, it's specifically over pages 271 to 279. Okay, some of you really need to pay attention so you can study because your grades are already low. It's specifically over chapter 19, pages 271 to 279. Okay, obviously the notes covering that section as well. Okay, you need to know those names we talked about today. Robert Fulton, John Kay, Henry Bessemer, Gottlieb Daimler, Eli Whitney, Louis Pasteur. Okay, you need to know those guys. It's in a matching section. Okay, there are short answer questions like this. Okay, I'm not French, so I don't care. Okay, questions like this. What device was perfected by Samuel Morse? What device was perfected by Samuel Morse? Electric telegraph. You need to know that. Yes, you are dismissed. This is for your benefiting. Okay, you need to know questions like who developed the first practical steam engine? If you don't remember, look in the notes we talked about today. All right, the rest are pretty easy. That's what the quiz is over, just so you're prepared. Okay, let me know if you have any questions. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. Let's go ahead and get started. Whoops, let me do that. There we go. That probably sounds a lot better. Listen up, guys. We are on 3.4, unequal arcs and chords. Guys, seriously, we got 2 sections to go through today. You need to be quiet. I'm getting there, if you guys will stop talking. Page 136, we are on 3.4, unequal arcs and chords. Unequal arcs and chords. Again, page 136. And let's go ahead and get started. Theorem 34 states that if in the same circle or in congruent circles 2 chords are unequal, then the greater chord subtends the greater minor arc. So our diagram is on page 136 of the text. I'm not going to recreate it here. But essentially we are to prove that arc AB is greater than arc CD. Okay? So we have our given, which is that we have 2 circles. To start, we have congruent circles, O, rip, and P. And we have chord, let's just do this, go away, there we go. Insert equation, AB is greater than chord CD. All right. Now number 2, we can already tell from the diagram we're supposed to draw some extra lines, so let's go ahead and do that at this point. Okay, so we're going to draw OA, OB, PC, and PD. 2 points determine a line.
Can I put a straight line too?
Oh.
Nope, sorry, fake you out.
You can. A line is understood to be straight in this class. All right, distance learners, I'll be right back. All right, moving on here. What do we just draw? Looking at your diagram, what do we just draw? What part of the circle?
A triangle. A chord. I don't know. A chord.
No.
A triangle.
A triangle is not a part of a circle. Thank you.
Good job, Gabby.
We drew radii. So that means then that OA equals OB equals PC equals PD. Okay, we have congruent circles, so therefore the radii are equal. So then, angle AOB must be greater than angle CPD, because if, okay, this one's going to be long, if 2 triangles have 2 sides of one equal respectively to 2 sides of another, and the third, oh, whoops, rip. I read 2 sides and I wrote sides twice. I hate my brain sometimes. Anyway.
It's like we're playing red light, green light, and you're like purple light.
Yeah, basically, I've done that. All right, anyway. It's fun to watch people get confused when you do that, by the way. Anyway, it only works like once, though. All right. You got to do it at like the end. Okay, moving on. Anyway, respectively to 2 sides of another, and the third sides are unequal. The triangle, which has the greater third side, has the greater angle opposite.
Dude, what you even saying? I don't even know. I don't understand any of that.
So then arc, I think it's something we proved way back when. Oh, at some point my screen stopped updating on the stream. Okay. It's trippy. Deactivate. Activate. Cool. There we go. Suddenly it's like filled in. All right. 5, we have arc AB is greater than arc, whoops, CD.
How do you know that?
If in two congruent circles, two central angles are unequal, then the greater angle intercepts the greater minor arc. I'm aware of the typo. All right, so we've done what we've set out to prove. If you have a longer line, then that makes a longer arc. I know, duh, and a shocker to everyone. Okay. Yep. Part B. If in the same circle or two congruent circles, two minor arcs are unequal, then the greater arc subtends the greater chord. Now it's working it backwards. We're given that the arcs are greater than, and we have to prove that these, oh, what am I doing? Stop. I really need to turn that off. Congruent circles O and P, minor arc AB is greater than minor arc CD. What? No, it's just that's how the thing's worded. Okay, 2. Let's go and draw the radii, because it's what we do. Please stop. Which is also going to mean the radii are equal, so I'm just going to copy steps 2 and 3, because why? They're literally the exact same. All right. Step 4, then... Oh, wait, I actually think step 4 is the same, too. Okay, it's the same statement, different reasons. So number 4. Pay attention, guys. Angle AOB is greater than angle DPC. Because if in two congruent circles, nope, if incongruent circles, I can't read.
Wait, is it if in the same circle and congruent circles two central angles are equal?
If incongruent circles, two minor arcs are unequal, then the greater arc subtends the greater central angle. So number 5, AB is greater than CD, because if two triangles have two sides of one equal respectively, really? No, I typo. You're fine. I was saying really about the typo. Okay. Two sides of the other and the included angles are unequal, then the triangle which has the greater included angle has the greater third side. I swear I know how to type. Yeah, that should be sides. All right, we good? There's theorem 34 proven. Exercises 3.4 number 1 is homework tonight. I'm not done with class, by the way. Exercises 3.4 number 1 is homework tonight. The book does it in 3 steps. It is a direct proof.
3.4 number 1?
Yes.
Direct or indirect?
Direct. So table.
Ew, it's so weird writing 3 point something. We're so used to writing 2.
I know, right? That doesn't go away. All right, 3.5. Need to talk about diameters. No. Where's theorem 35? Oh, there it is. Oh, goodness. All right. So we have heading 1, 3.5, diameters. Real quick, also, once... Nope, never mind. Just kidding. I know that was great. All right, theorem 35. A diameter, or radius, perpendicular to a chord bisects the chord and the arcs subtended by it. Diagram on page 137. Okay. So diagram is right there on page 137 with circle O being cut there. So that's where we're going to look at this. So let's go ahead and develop our proof. Insert table. Number 1. All right, we have circle O, chord AB, and diameter ED. Actually, I need to actually go into an equation for this. ED, no, perpendicular to AB. Okay, they do mention or chord OD. That's fine. I just don't care. It will work either way. Okay. Now, our goal is to do several things. We need to prove AC equal to BC. We need to prove arc AD equal to arc BD. And we need to prove arc AE equal to arc BE. Okay? Good? Okay, so we got a laundry list of things here. All right, so let's go ahead and draw a couple of radii. We'll draw OA and OB because 2 points determine a line. Now, OA must equal OB, and a shock to everyone. Okay. Now, also in a giant shock to everyone, OC equals OC. I know you guys are like trying to suspend your disbelief right now. All right, anyway. Now, with that, that means, guys, OC equals OC, OA equals OB. But why? Oh, we're told they're perpendicular. Since we're told they're perpendicular, that means we have right angles. So angle ACE equals a right angle. Oh my word, who's calling me? Oh, never mind, that's my wife. I'll be right back. I've been getting spam calls all morning, so I just assumed it was another one. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, it's my wife. I should actually answer that. Okay, anyway. Minor details. Imagine what? What'd you say? Oh, rip. Okay, anyway. Number 5. Okay, this is by definition of perpendicular. Okay. So if I have right angles, what else do I have, guys? Yeah, and a shocker to everyone. Why are we wording it this way? Ew. What do you mean, why do they look like that? Oh, the one side darker than the other? That's because instead of using the triangle symbol, I actually use the Greek letter delta. Which is actually standard math practice, because then you only need one symbol. But like, because the actual triangle symbol, I don't know if this one will do it. Oh yeah, but it looks kind of lame. And in some fonts are very small. Like here, actually that's not that bad. I could actually use that. But like in the other program I use, no. It looks awful. Okay, anyway, moving on. That has nothing to do with anything. This is my definition of right triangle. Well, I have a right triangle. We have OC equaling OC, so there's the legs. We know that the two radii are equal, so there's hypotenusa. So, yeah, we have congruent triangles. So, triangle OCA is, okay. Because emojis are just Unicode, so the emoji editor in Mac, I can't pull it up again. What in the world? Anyway, the emoji editor in Mac will also let you look up any Unicode thing. And so once you know it, and then once you look it up once, it's in your recents. So then I can just keep pulling it in. Well, we're not going to talk about that right now. Okay, so by hypotenuse leg, these are congruent. I mean, all right, number 8. Not quite that bad. All right, AC equals BC and angle. Didn't ask you. AOD is equal to angle BOD by CPCT. Yep. All right, then. All right, now that means we have central angles. That means the arcs that they subtend are equal. So I can say that. Why is there no arc symbol? I hate that. Wait, is there? Wait, hold on. Sometimes they have like an overhead parenthesis, and I can use that, but it doesn't look like it. Okay. I usually have to define it myself in order to get it done. So, oh well. I'm not doing that in here. Arc AD is equal to arc BD. Now, DE, okay, this is from an exercise that we proved before, but I can say that DE bisects circle O. In that very duh proof that you guys are like, why are we doing this? This is why, so I can use this. All right, diameter bisects a circle. Now then, by definition of bisector, arc DBE, is equal to arc DAE by definition of bisector. Well, then arc, or we can also say that arc DAE is equal to arc, arc AD plus AE. I'm going to just say arcs. And arc DBE is equal to arcs BD plus BE. Because the whole equals the sum of all its parts. Okay. Now, then by substitution, if the two big arcs are equal, and I have the pieces of the big arcs, I can plug those in for the whole. So, yep, arcs AD plus AE equals arcs BD plus BE. This is actually really incorrect notation, but I don't care. Substitution. Type says. All right, moving on. Number 4, then we already know that arc AD equals arc BD, so I can subtract that from both sides, leaving me with just arc AE equaling arc BE by subtraction. Oh, yay, there's no second part of this theorem. Okay, we good? Cool. So that's that. Corollaries. Let me see, how long are these? Yeah, no. All right, couple corollaries that you also need to be familiar with. A diameter. You know what? No, I'm just going to read it. I'm not retyping this. All right, so a diameter that bisects a chord that is not a diameter is perpendicular to the chord. Okay. That's really easily proven. After that, the book uses 10 steps, but like it pretty much follows. A perpendicular bisector of a chord passes through the center of the circle because it has to be a diameter. Okay. And then finally, the perpendicular drawn to any chord from the center bisects the chord and the arcs subtended by it. Okay, so again, all those are they're almost rewordings, but I'm not going to go through and prove the individual cases. I think we've shown well enough that that works. Cool. And that is it for 3.5. All right, are there any questions? Yeah, I already announced it. Homework is exercises. 3.4, number 1, this is a direct proof, which the textbook uses, let's see here, 3 steps. Okay. And you will have quiz 22 over 3.1 to 3.4, terms, so this is closed book, tomorrow. Okay, we will have class tomorrow, just to be extra clear. Okay, so it's going to happen. So you guys do need to be prepared for that quiz. All right, any questions? It's the last day before break. It's Valentine's celebrations. I'm just telling y'all. You'll find out. Okay, anyway. Anyway, moving on. All I'm saying there is that you will have class tomorrow. You will have the quiz tomorrow. Be prepared for it. That is all we're going to do tomorrow. So distance learners, you'll receive a code tomorrow. If not, text me. If you haven't gotten a code by the time class starts. And then, but I'm not going to come on stream because it's a quiz. All right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later. Have a great day.
verb may be placed before or after the verb it modifies. Okay? So with adjective.
Sorry about that, guys. Let's forget something. Okay. So this statement right here, letter D.
Hi, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking right now. Is that fine right now? Oh, wrong one. Hey, Mr. Brown.
Ricky, Doug. Yes, ma'am.
What chapter are we on?
For page 9, did you say? Over the notes? Okay. Amethyst and Adrian
Was not even talking at all.
was before I started talking. Okay. I just finally got to his name. So Amethyst, please. Okay, is that better, DL? Sorry about that. And you need the screen. So hang on. Okay, so I'll go back 1 for you, or 2, or 3, or 4. There we go. So a conductor is any material, any kind of material that allows currents to flow easily through. And as Ricky pointed out with the question, why do these materials, even though they are solid materials, why are they considered easy transferable materials of currents? And that's because of the chemical or the substance that they are made out of. On the other hand, an insulator is any material which currents do not flow easily, like rubber, glass, dry wood, porcelain, plastic, those type of things. And something like the
Why driveway?
dry wood,
Oh yeah.
huh?
Why does it say driveway? Like wet? So like water?
I'm thinking just because of the porousness of it, even though you get a solid piece of glass, a solid piece of rubber, they aren't solid. They're porous material. So liquids can go through them a little bit. Dry wood is the same. So nothing sticks in there. Okay. So they're not good conductors. So electricity or currents don't stick in them, and they don't become electrified. Electricity or currents can go through them easily, and that was the issue. They can go through them easily, but they don't change the substance into an electrified piece of material. Okay? Huh? Then you also have semiconductors. Okay? These are materials that are neither good conductors nor a good insulator. Okay? So they don't either hold the current, or they don't prevent it.
Where exactly would you find a semiconductor?
With these microcontrollers.
It's a good question. Never thought about that aspect. Honestly, don't know. Right offhand. Huh? I said good question because right off the top of my head, I can't think of one. Okay. Huh? Well, rubber is because they classified it in as an insulator. Yeah. I don't know. I'll try and figure that one out. Come back to you, Doug. I'll try and figure that out and come back to you on it, okay? Now, shh, quiet. Ready? Already got a few checks today going on. Huh? What? Dirt? Possible. It's a good one. It's a possible. Now, the ease at which electric current flows through a material depends upon this. How easily electrons can move through a material. Okay? So metals are better conductors than most other substances because the electrons can move through it. Yes, sir. The amount of certain objects, or the amount that a certain object hinders electrons flow, is what we call resistance. Lena and Doug. It's two. Okay. So, objects made from good conductors have low resistance. Objects made from insulators have low resistance. Okay?
What are you confused about?
Huh?
Why did you have a confused face?
Because it just didn't make sense. Wonder if I made a typographical error there. Okay. So, the unit of resistance is what we call the ohm. Okay? Or the upside down horseshoe.
Mr. Brown. See, if you could say you can say my last name.
Yeah. Ohms. Right? Yeah.
Hey, who wants some stairs?
Me.
Good. I never put that two together, but that's good. Thank you. So what 1 ohm equals 1 volt per amp. Okay? An ohm meter, shh, guys, we're having a little bit of problem. Okay? An ohm meter is the instrument that scientists use to measure the resistance. Okay? So look on page 225 of your book. 225. And it's probably in my other book. That's the wrong book anyway.
Do we have to open up our book?
There's a chart that's there of conductors and resistors. Okay? So just looking at this chart, kind of just giving you a brief idea of what this chart is, because you may be using this in certain things, certain questions. Silver has a .0002 resistance. Copper, .00022. And it goes on down in there to graphite has a 3.8 resistance. Okay. Those are conductors. Silicon is up to 2.5 times 10 to the 6th. Okay. And then you got insulators like maple wood of 3.8 times 10 to the 12th, quiet. Going into marble, paper, glass, shellac. A diamond has a 1.3 times 10 to the 16th. Okay? And so it just gives you a chart of various conductors and the insulators and their resistance that each of those would be having. Okay? Just to give you an idea. But your ohm meter looks like this, where they put the charge or the prongs on something, and it's going to indicate what that voltage is coming out of an outlet or putting it on some kind of electrical device. Okay? So, what? Okay, it's an ohm meter. Can? Yeah? Okay, that's what it's used for. Okay, that was finished yesterday's lesson, so let me go into lesson 91, the next one, okay? So just a minute here. Okay, take out a piece of paper. A real short one today. No. A real short reading quiz. Okay. Guys ready instead of talking? Doug, guys ready? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Adrian. Yes. Here it is. 5 questions. Yes.
When they do a thermometer, why do they put it under your tongue?
Because that's a lot of times where the heat is more relevant in your mouth than on the top. Okay, 5 questions. You should be done. Anybody in here not done? Okay, here's your answers. Okay. DLs, send it to me if you want credit. Derek? Isaac? Andrew? Amethyst? Amethyst?
5. Mr. Brown, do you want to see my tongue?
Not right now.
Are you okay?
Amethyst, you said what? I'm sorry. Guys, quiet, please. Hey, just because I'm not lecturing or teaching doesn't mean you need to just start talking. Austin, yes, we are. Maya? Doug? Sophia? Lena?
4.
Adrian?
4.
Gabby?
5.
Jesse?
5.
Ricky? Avery? And Elijah? Okay. Okay, let's go on with this lesson here. Okay, quick review. What is the rate of charge of a flow? Current. What is the SI unit of current? Okay, ampere or amp. Okay. What is the rate of doing work or using energy? Work done or energy used per unit time? Power. What is the SI unit of power? Watt. What is the amount of energy used when 1 kilowatt of power is used continuously for 1 hour? A kilowatt hour. What kind of material allows current to flow easily through it? Conductor. What doesn't allow current to flow easily? Close, but insulator. What kind of material is neither a good conductor nor an insulator?
Semiconductor.
The semiconductor. And what is the amount a certain object hinders electron flow? Resistance. And what is the instrument used to measure resistance? Ohm meter. Ohm meter. Okay. Joule heat. Okay. So resistance can be considered electrical friction, okay, offered by a material to the flow of electrical current. Now, because resistance hinders current flow, Ricky, energy must be expended to overcome that resistance. So, this was developed Joule heat, okay. The heat converted from the energy used to overcome the electrical resistance. That was brought into the focus by this gentleman, James Joule. Okay? So, as the picture points out, static electricity and friction. As one object loses electrons, the other object gains them. Okay? That's part of your Joule heat. Okay? Many devices that contain thin wires or coils made of nichrome, which is an alloy of nickel, chromium, and iron, has a higher resistance than most metals, which when the current passes through a thin nichrome wire, the metal quickly becomes red hot and radiates heat. So you've all seen these before, especially if you have electrical stove, okay, then the burners on top get red hot like this. You have an electrical heaters where the little coils in the back get hot, okay. Even in a light bulb, Austin, even in a light bulb, those wires are getting red hot in there, okay. So that is what we're talking, Joule heat. The factors that affect the cause of current flow. The type of material. We've already talked about those, okay, in specifics. The type of material. The diameter of the conductor. So the thicker and heavier wire has less resistance than a thin wire, allowing electricity to flow through it more easily. The type of material. Okay. Type of material. Okay. Number 2 is the diameter of the conductor. So the water flows more easily through a large pipe than through a drinking straw, as an illustration of this. Quiet. Already have quite a few checks today, guys. So the the length, well, it's coming up. The diameter of a pipe, the more diameter, the more easily the water can flow through. Okay? So a straw versus a 2-inch pipe, obviously water is going to flow through the pipe a whole lot easier than the straw. The length of the conductor. Good job, Isaac. The longer a conductor, the more the total resistance. Okay? Because the friction, the longer it goes, the more friction there is in the length, creating a resistance. And number 4, the temperature. That was number 3, yes. Number 4 is the temperature. Resistance of most conductors increases somewhat as their temperature rises. Lena, Amethyst.
Lena wasn't talking. Yeah, Lena was not. I was telling Adrian that his teeth were green. So Adrian wasn't.
Okay.
Adrian wasn't talking either.
Okay. Hey, I'll make the correction, but stop the talking. Period. You don't need to be. Austin, please just have a seat and stay there. Okay? Stay sat down. So the resistance of most conductors increases somewhat as their temperature rises and then decreases as the temperature falls. Increased temperatures increases the energy and the speed of the free electrons, because now those electrons are getting excited in there and they're moving about a whole lot quicker, and that's what's causing your red hot wires to get redder and hotter as they get more energy in them. The high speed electrons jostle each other, hindering that progress. Okay? And that's where the friction comes into all this. You have superconductors. These are materials that allow a current to flow through it with no resistance at all. Okay? The usefulness of what superconductors are. Superconductor wire, the size of a thread, can carry as much current as a large cable made of an ordinary conductor. Okay? This is technology, guys. Because superconductors have no resistance, they produce no joule heat. Electrons can travel through superconductors freely without their electrical friction. And superconducting coils can be used to store large amounts of energy very efficiently. Okay? The practical applications, ladies, of superconductors, hindered by one factor, the temperature. A material becomes a superconductor only at a temperature called the critical temperature. Okay, which is nearly absolute zero for ordinary metals like lead, mercury, tin. Okay. If the metal's temperature rises only slightly, resistance reappears and the advantages of superconductors are then lost. The Ohm's law, since we were talking about the ohm as the SI unit, okay, here's the law that applies to it. The current flowing through a conductor is directly proportional to the voltage and inversely proportional to the resistance. This was named after George Simon Ohm. He was the German physicist. Came up with the mathematical formula equation for the Ohm's law. You have current equals voltage over resistance, or I equals V over R. Or, depending upon how the wording is, the story, the problem, voltage equals current times resistance. V equals IR. So there's basically two formulas for that. If the voltage is increased, the current increases to the same extent. You got to keep these thoughts in mind. If the voltage then decreases, the current decreases accordingly. And if the voltage is held constant, the current will increase as the resistance decreases, and while decrease as the resistance increases. Okay? Those are in your notes, so keep track of those. Okay. Now, the Ohm's law makes it possible to limit the flow of electricity in the conductors by adding more resistance. So the more resistance, the harder it is to flow. The more resistance on the defensive side of the basketball court, the harder it is for the offensive to flow to the basket. Same principle. Okay? So we have a resistor. A resistor acts just like the defender. An electrical device designed to add resistance to a circuit. A defender adds resistance to the circuit of defenders, defense team. Okay? Shh. These are the type of resistors that you would see on a normal basis. The resistance of some resistors by it can vary, or are called variable resistors or rheostats. They can be adjusted by just turning a knob or moving a lever. So like this. Volume controlled or light dimmers. Those are called your resistors in electricity. Okay. Amethyst, you're working on 2 right now. Do you want 3? Then stop talking, please. Doug, you got 2. You want 3? Okay, so practice. Practice 9.3. B. What voltage is required to produce a current of 2.3 amps in a 22 resistant resistor?
I have no idea.
Here's your formula. I equals VR. So you got 2.3 amps. Trying to find the voltage. You got your resistance of 22. So reverse that, you got 22 resistance times 2.3 amps, giving you voltage over 22 resistance times the 22 resistance. Okay, that's just showing you the process of how to figure this out. Coming up with a voltage of 50.6 volts, or about 51 volts. If you understand the process, you don't necessarily have to write the third one down there. Okay? That's just showing you the process. Multiplying both sides by 22 resistance. Ricky, got these down? Okay, number 2, ready? You ready, Jesse? Number 2? Okay. A 1.5 kilowatt resistor is connected to a 3.0 volt battery pack. How much current flows through the resistor? I equals VR, V over R. Voltage of 3.0 over the resistance of 1.5. Coming up with 0.0020 amps or 2.0 milliamps. And why it come out to millis? Because of the kilo. You had to reconvert. Okay, number 3. A computer draws a 3.5 amp of current at 120 volts. What is the overall resistance of the computer's components? Same formula, I equals V over R. You have 3.5 amps equals 120 volts over the resistance. Resistance then equals 120 volts divided by 3.5 amps, giving you 34 resistance.
I think I'm doing that sign wrong, but like compared, right? You're more of a soft. No, let that sink in. No, let that sink in.
Okay, like to finish this today, so we've got just a couple minutes here. Number 4. A particular LED or light emitting diode.
I missed it. Okay, no, never mind.
Quiet. A type of small lamp used in many electrical devices. Has a voltage of 3.3 volts and a resistance of 17. How much power does it use? Guys, quiet. If you do your process, V equals IR, 3.3 volts time, or equals 1 times 17. Is that I? Yep. Okay. Thank you. So you're going to come up with 0.19 amps for the power. Okay. So, 9.3, everybody got that? Number 4? Okay, 9.3 is your homework. Preparing for a quiz 19. Okay? Quiz 19 tomorrow. Deals? It's been an experience. Glad to have you join us again today. Tune in tomorrow, and we'll have another electrifying hour. Okay? See you guys later.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and get started here. We are on a worksheet today because from yesterday's quiz, now distance learners, I have not looked at your guys' quizzes yet because they weren't done when I graded the others, and is what it is. So this may not be true of you guys, but in our class here, only 2 people got right rearranging equations. So apparently I need to go back over this concept. So my lesson plans have changed. My school works is incorrect at the moment. As a matter of fact, this is what my lesson plans look like. It's a spiral notebook right now. Okay, I will fix it when I get a chance, but I haven't had time to do that because I was busy getting these ready. So next few lessons are going to be worksheets. Distance learners, they are on Google Classroom. If you do not have a printer, you can go ahead and just write answers on separate paper, but the worksheets are there. We are not working in the textbook until late when we get back. So what we're working on today is rearranging equations because that is a fundamental skill. Without that, you can't do anything in this chapter. Okay? You cannot, I mean seriously, you can't graph unless you can rearrange equations. You can't do substitution unless you can rearrange equations. Elimination, maybe. Okay? But that's it. Okay? So until you have this down, which is an elementary principle for algebra, you cannot move on. So eyes on the screen, pencils down, and let's pay attention on how to do this. You have been handed 2 worksheets today. They're stapled together. Okay, both are due tomorrow. The first page is strictly we are solving for x. We're isolating x. That's the goal. When it says make x the subject, it means solve for x. Some teachers use different terms. I found these online. Okay? So first one is all about finding x. The second one, we're finding different letters so we get more familiar with how to do it. Okay, so that's really the difference. So I'm going to go through the first row of each worksheet, and then you guys are going to have the remainder of the day to work on that. Okay, again, 5.4 will be delayed, and I will get lesson plans fixed as soon as possible. Due dates are now correct on Google Classroom. The 5.4 popped up this morning before I could stop it. So that's what we're doing here. All right, so number 1 here on this sheet, let me pull this down a bit so that way it's not cut off. Okay. Yes?
So quick question. So basically what we're doing is like if x plus y equals 3, we're just doing like x equals 3 equals y?
Yes. So here, number 1, we have 4x minus t equals a. The whole goal is to get x by itself. So we're going to start out by adding t to both sides. So we get 4x equals a plus t. I better see the step. Okay? So go ahead and copy that down. Okay? Stop doing things in your heads. You all can't do it. It's different if you guys can do it without showing your work. You guys have proven to me you cannot. Okay? Show your work. And if you feel that's unfair, refer to the last quiz. Now, I have a 4 next to the x. What operation is being done to x then? Multiplication. How do I undo multiplication? Division. So I divide everything on both sides of the equation by 4, not just part of it. So this gives me a over 4 or 1/4 a, doesn't matter which way you write it, a over 4 plus t over 4. We would simplify as much as possible if we were able to. Okay, you could just as easily write 1/4 a, 1/4 t. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so far so good? Okay, number 2. To get x by itself, first of all, what's being done to x? Division. So we're going to multiply both sides by y minus z as a binomial. So y minus z. Okay, I promise that's what that says. Okay, here. There, good enough? Now that means we're going to distribute that 3. Okay, so I'm going to have 3y minus 3z equals x, or x equals 3y minus 3z. All right, does that make sense? Because we had parentheses, we distributed the 3 to every term inside the parentheses. That's it. Yes? Where? No, that's y minus z. Oh, this is a caret. This is saying this goes here. Because the 2 is in the way. Okay, then sit closer. I don't know what else to tell you there. Go sit on the corner table. Okay. Number 3. What's being done to x? Division. So we're going to multiply by p cubed on both sides. 1 times anything is? Itself. So x equals p cubed. Okay? Any questions? Okay. Let's go to the next page. The remainder of this worksheet is homework. Now, it doesn't matter what letter you're solving for. Okay? It's the same principle every time. Give me a second, I'm zooming in. As soon as my mouse... Okay, my mouse just decided to die right then. That's new. Nope. Not what I meant to do. And hand. Okay. So now, let's go through solving for A in number 1, because that's the letter we're told to solve for. Again, doesn't matter what the letter is, the process is the same. So what's being done to A? Multiplication. So I'm going to divide both sides by BC. So A equals 9 over BC. That's it. Solve just means rearrange. Number 2. We're solving for H, which is right here. So first of all, we're going to subtract 11k from both sides. Is there anything like 11k on the left side? No, so it just gets rewritten. So we get negative 35g minus 11k equals negative 8h. It doesn't matter if you wrote it backward. Yeah, that's fine, as long as you keep the signs with the numbers. Now, I have negative 8 multiplied, so I'm going to divide by negative 8 all the way across. So h will equal, notice that everything becomes positive, because I get negative over negative, negative over negative. Why would I divide by h when I'm trying to get h to stay? What? Yes. Okay, so this negative 8, realistically what's happening, and I'm going to just write it out this way, is you get negative 35g over negative 8, so those become positive, plus negative 11k over negative 8, so those become positive. That's where I'm pulling that from. Okay? So, then we get 35g over 8 plus 11k also over 8. That would be your answer. I mean, you can. It wouldn't hurt anything. The biggest thing here to notice, though, is that all those negatives become positives. Like, if you left it as 35g plus 11k all over 8, like all of it, that's fine. That's actually what the book has. Or not the book, the answer key has. I just typically write fractions separately. No, because they don't simplify. Some will. If they do, you need to. But if it doesn't divide evenly, just leave it. What? Yeah, you only simplify if you can. Let me put it that way. All right. Are there any questions over this? No? Okay, this is a homework grade. Finish the worksheets. That's what you guys are doing. It's due tomorrow. Yes, Austin. Turn it in on Google Classroom. Huh? There's an assignment for these worksheets on Google Classroom. These are called worksheets A and B, or 5A and 5B, I mean. That's just for my gradebook notation. They're not labeled on there anywhere. So just letting you guys know, that's so that way with my gradebook I can say worksheet 5A and B. Okay? Yes? So you should probably get it done today and send it in tonight. It's due tomorrow. You can probably finish it in class, seeing as you have 25 minutes. That being said, if you have quiz corrections, you may turn those in to me up here at the desk. They're not due until tomorrow, but if you want to turn them in today so you don't lose them, that's fine. I just didn't want to start collecting things until I had the worksheets passed out so I didn't get things confused. All right? Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, sorry I'm late. I had to do some stuff for my class. Okay, go ahead and sit down if you're in my Spanish class. Adrian y Isaac.
I just heard Adrian was
Huh? I know. It kind of made me nervous, so I'm like shaky right now. Wouldn't you get scared if just the water's just going off? Huh? I guess it's broken. It has to be broken. What? To find to see someone? Oh my goodness, that's scary. How can you like search for ghosts or something like that? Okay. What are you guys doing tomorrow for Valentine's Day? In the classroom.
We're just having regular school.
You're not exchanging like Valentines at all?
They have a surprise for us.
Oh. I want to know the surprise. How is that ghetto?
The ears, like the eyes aren't even the same color. The ears are ginormous. The legs are too short. What are you talking about?
They don't want to explain. They don't want to explain what they're doing.
So shady. They're being shady. Not ghetto. Yeah, not ghetto. They're just being shady. Okay. I'll let you know tomorrow if we have class or not. But
Are you gonna hang out with Brand?
no, I'll probably come and I'll have a treat for you guys. So I'm bringing you a treat tomorrow from me to you. Okay. Well, only for my Spanish class. So let's go ahead and start with our verse. Okay, how many of you already know it? Okay, I know. You know it. Do you know it?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of? Did you say it yesterday or no?
I said it yesterday. You saw me say it yesterday.
I never said nothing.
Douglas, ¿ya te lo sabes? You already know it? Derek? Okay, today's the day for you to learn it. Oh. Is it good? Is it fluffy?
They're bomb. They're bomb. They're like marshmallow, chocolate.
They're better. Marshmallows?
What else do they have inside?
Gabby.
I've never had gancitos frozen. No. Okay. I'll have to do it. Okay, let's repeat our verse, okay? Douglas, ayuda a tu amigo Derek para que se aprenda el versículo. Okay, everyone together. Efesios 6:2. Okay, everyone. Efesios 6:2. Honra. De nuevo, again. Efesios. Okay.
Beautiful Italian.
Beautiful. Italiano. Okay. De nuevo. Efesios 6:2. Okay. How do you say abuelo? What is it? Grandpa, okay. What is grandma? What is uncle? What is aunt? Husband. Wife. Children. Children by relation. Los hijos. Children in general. I don't know what the book says. What is it? Niños. Relatives. Good job. What is it? Los parientes, okay? Andrew, good job. Parents. Los padres. Okay. Man. Woman. Sorry, those are my kids. Sister. What is it? What's sister? What is brother? Come on, Andrew. Stay behind. Father? Or? Papa. Mother? Mama. Okay? Now go to page 81. 81. 81. Okay. Somebody young, somebody old, nobody rich, nobody poor, quite strong, quite weak, somewhat nice, somewhat mean, not very diligent, not very lazy. Okay? So, alguien joven, alguien viejo. What is joven? Young, okay? Viejo? Old. Nadie rico, rich. Nadie pobre, poor. Muy or, it's muy or bastante, okay? Muy fuerte, it's very strong. Muy débil, very weak. Are you very, ¿eres muy fuerte o eres muy débil? Qué tristeza. ¿Por qué no eres fuerte? ¿Por qué no eres fuerte? ¿Qué? Algo simpático. Algo simpático. Algo antipático. I've never used that word before in my life. Huh? Bastante? Same as, yeah, like a lot or very. Or, yeah. Poco, no muy diligente. Or poco perezoso or muy perezoso. No muy perezoso. Okay, no muy perezoso. Perezoso, what is perezoso? Lazy. Okay? How many of you are perezosos? Perezosas? ¿Es perezosa? ¿Perezoso? Lazy. ¿No es perezoso? Douglas, ¿eres perezoso? ¿Sí? Good for you, you know? Derek, ¿eres perezoso? ¿Sí? Can you say sí? ¿Sí? Come on. ¿Qué? ¿Quién es muy diligente? Diligente. From the Bible? Oh, I don't know her.
I'm hardworking gardening.
But you just say you're lazy. You just say you're lazy, though. I don't get it. Which one is it?
Well, no, I'm lazy in school.
Oh. But you're still diligent? But you're still diligent? Okay. I'll take it. Okay. Boys. Okay, I'm going to say them in English. You say them in Spanish, okay? I'm going to start horizontally, okay? I'm not going to go numerically, in numerical order.
Gabby, stop turning around.
Okay. Somebody. Alguien. What is somebody? Alguien. Somebody young. Somebody old. Nobody. Nobody rich. Nobody poor. quite strong? Muy or bastante, okay? You can use either of them, okay? So what is quite? There's two definitions. Muy or bastante, okay? So quite weak? No. Débil. Douglas. Quite what? Quite weak is what? Débil. What is quite strong? All the boys here are quite strong, right? Muy fuerte. Muy fuerte, all of you. Okay, las muchachas son muy fuertes.
I'm 100% sure they
¿Sí? ¿Sí? Okay. Y los muchachos son muy débiles. Muy débiles. Oh boy. Okay. Somewhat nice. Somewhat nice. Somewhat mean. Algo antipático. Okay? Yeah, I've never used that word, antipático.
Sounds like you're anti-pants.
Mean. There's another word for mean. Mean. Malo or? Yeah. Malo, right? Okay. No sé. Sangrona? Oh, that could be, yeah. Yeah. Not very diligent. Diligente. Diligent? Diligente. Diligente, that means that you do your work. You are here when we're teaching Spanish. You're learning when you're supposed to be learning. That's what diligente means, okay? Poco diligente. And what about not very lazy? Perezoso, okay? Not very lazy. Perezoso. Yeah. Perezoso, okay? I hope that you grew up to not be muy perezosos, okay? No. You're here, so you're not that lazy, okay? You had to wake up at some point, and you're here, okay? Oh boy. Okay, let's read them all in Spanish with me, okay? Alguien joven. Alguien viejo. Nadie rico. Nadie pobre. Muy fuerte. Muy débil. Bastante fuerte. Bastante débil. Algo simpático. Algo antipático. Poco diligente. Poco perezoso. No muy diligente. Y no muy perezoso. Okay. Let's go to physical appearances, okay? We have tall, medium height, short, fat, slender, skinny, haired, brown haired, dark haired, blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes, handsome, beautiful, and average. So-so. Okay? Let me read those in Spanish, okay? Alto o alta, depending if it's masculine or feminine. What will you use if it was masculine? Alto, okay, with an O. What do you use if it was feminine? Alta, okay? Mediano, mediana. Bajo, baja. Gordo, gorda. Delgado, delgada. Flaco, flaca. Rubio, rubia. Castaño o castaña. Moreno o morena. De ojos azules. De ojos verdes. De ojos café. Guapo, hermosa, más o menos. Ok. ¿Quién es alto? Andrés. Y Isaac es alto, tú. ¿Qué más? Oh, ¿tú? Oh. ¿Qué es? Yo creo que Noé, Isaac, Andrew y Douglas. Y altas, Gaby, Lina. ¿Qué más? Amatista es... Oh, Abram. ¿Qué? Alta. ¿No? Ok. ¿Quién tiene ojos azules? ¿Derek? ¿Azules? ¿Qué más? ¿Noé? ¿Qué color tienen sus ojos? ¿Azul, verde o café? ¿Azul? ¿Ah? Oh, ok. Azul. ¿Qué más? ¿Quién tiene ojos café? ¿Café? Me too. Café, café, café. Café. Yeah. Hey. ¿Café? Café. Okay. No one is... No, nadie es rubio, right? No one. Oh, yeah. No, he's a little more castaño. And moreno, cabello negro, oscuro, right? Me neither. Pelo oscuro. Pelo oscuro. Adrián tiene pelo oscuro. Noé tiene pelo castaño. Jesse tiene pelo castaño. Y Derek tiene pelo castaño. Sí, un poco castaño. Derek. ¿Quién es guapo? Oh.
Ninguno.
¿Quién es guapo? ¿Quién es más o menos? ¿Quién es hermosa? Oh. Gabby's here with us. ¿Qué? Who is Soso? Everyone. Oh, that's such a nice friend. So encouraging.
He's my husband.
I can't with you.
He's my hubby.
Okay. Then we have alto, mediano. ¿Quién es mediano?
He just says a pedophile.
Mediano. I feel like yo soy mediana. Mediana.
Yo soy gordo.
Adrián es mediano, ¿no?
You're really gonna kill my self-esteem.
Adrián es mediano. No, Douglas, tú eres delgado. No, delgado. Tú eres delgado. No. Okay. Let me ask you, okay. How do you say fat? Fat. Gordo is for what? And gorda is? Okay. Medium height. Short. Bajo. Tall. Alto. Dark haired. Moreno or oscuro. Brown haired. Castaño. Okay. Castaño. Handsome.
Andrés. El Andrés. El Andrés, señor.
No. Handsome. How do you say it? I bet you learn. I bet you learned that one. I bet Derek's going to remember that for the rest of his life.
Jesse.
Hey, take it. Own it, Jesse. Own it, Jesse. Say you are. Say sí. Soy guapo. Okay. Beautiful. No, hermosa. It's not just bonita. Okay. Uy, no. He's no. Okay, hermosa is what? What's hermosa? Okay. What is average or so-so? Okay. Más o menos, okay? Blue-eyed. Ojos azules. How do you say it? Ojos azules. Green-eyed. Brown-eyed. Okay. Now, let's create sentences with these different words, okay? Okay? Andrew, pick a subject and use one of the physical appearances. Okay, pick a subject though. Douglas? Douglas, what?
Douglas es moreno.
Douglas es moreno, okay? Okay, Isaac, pick a subject.
Come in, please.
Un sujeto, okay? Un sujeto.
You come.
The subject.
Yes. I'm leaving like in 2 minutes, so I'll be right there. Just start cutting, okay? Yes. Yes, start cutting it. Douglas, okay? And pick one of the physical appearances. Douglas is... Oh. I wouldn't say Douglas is hermoso. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Where did you guys get that from, Escalera?
But there's cursing though. There's cursing at the end. I'm gonna try and pause it. But
Can you put it on max volume, Douglas? Everybody wants to hear it.
What is it?
I warned you
mean?
guys. Okay, I warned you that it has cursing.
Wait, turn this off. Turn it off volume.
Yeah.
Turn that off volume.
Oh, this? Okay.
whoa! Can't put my phone in about. Do it.
Just